Right. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hey Danny. Hey Andy. Anyone else who's lurking? Uh, Still not feeling great, but attempting to fight it off. Figured something to start the morning would be a hot chocolate. It's good. But the problem is, when I first started drinking it, it's hot enough that it, like, straight up Charlie Kirked my throat, so... That's not making the morning voice any better. Fluids and rest. I slept a lot. And I do have water that I didn't entirely put the cap on in my half asleepness. Okay. We freshly hit level 10, right?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Um, haven't done your gear. Oh yeah, self-same trial, the real final boss of Act 2 in this run. Uh, let's go knock that out. Let's try to get enough money together so I can, give my clone the risky ring. Actually, do I want to do that? I mean, I want to get the ring, but trying to think what saving throw based effects I would go for. I don't fucking know. It's a really good play to make if you're doing, like, light cleric, because then you could just open with Radiance of the Dawn, action refresh, and giving them disadvantage. Kind of want to play some light cleric.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How
Moments,
may I
hey, Shimonu.
serve?
When weapons bound to you, how do you just let it scale off strength or dex? So you can't let it scale off strength at that point, but if you have at least one monk level and your dexterity is greater than or equal to your strength, then dexterous attacks will still work on your packed weapon as long as it is compatible. So that means it cannot have this two-handed property. And normally having proficiency is required there, but binding it gives you proficiency. So any weapon that does not have this two-handed quality, um, while bound as a warlock, if you are at least one level in monk, then as long as your dexterity is greater than or equal to your strength, your packed weapon will go off of your dexterity instead of your charisma.
Slow.
Hey, Superman. Hey, Shoop.
A little saliva from the wound. Saving that. Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
Use my only sunbeam. Can't afford another yet, though. I was seeing this. I have two. I crawler mucus just because it makes sense to have a paralytic around.
Come.
Yes, come. Towels are must. Wait, you're telling me there's people who don't put down a towel? But what about... am I feeling today? Not good. But I figure even if I canceled stream, I would be restless and not know what to do with myself in about an hour, so I'll at least get a short stream in. That was for you to dry yourself off with. Silly, that's why you cry in the shower, so that there's no evidence that you ever did, and you don't have to do the whole, you know, you need something to wipe the tears, because nah, you were just in the shower, it's fine. Just let that air dry a bit. You're good. I've lost the plot, haven't we all? Take the Hitchhiker's Guide proud.
Never mind.
Matt smuggled Hope out to bring her to the brain last night. Game crashed and lost half an hour of progress. Couldn't be asked to do it again. Ugh. That's incredibly frustrating. I should probably look into why my Expedition 33 crashes. Like clockwork. Once the game's been open for 4 to 6 hours, just crash. So that's how I've always ended my sessions. It's like, oh, the game crashed? Well, I guess I'm done for the day. Yeah, I'm still playing that off stream.
Another bowl.
Alright. So, I know I need to bring a free action here.
Let's get going. Can't risk being in open.
Sounds like a memory leak. It certainly sounds like that, yeah. For my non-spoiler thoughts in 33.
Best be on my way.
Worth your time. Especially worth your time. Go out of your way to avoid any story information. This includes people saying things like, oh yeah, I was thinking about this later in the game. Yeah, that's a fucking spoiler. Just like, the second anyone starts spoiling stuff where you tune them out immediately, it's something best experienced blind. The music is incredible throughout the whole game. It's worth your time. I am stubborn in that I don't label things like Game of the Year the way people tend to, because I find that to be diminishing. Because it means, what, any game that doesn't win Game of the Year is automatically not as good? Like... And also it confines, like, the impact, at least as far as a conversation goes, it confines the impact of a game to that year. So... I'm intentionally evasive whenever people are like, oh, is it your game of the year? It's like, it's my favorite game that I've played this year. But that's not the same thing, necessarily, you know? I don't have key points. I should fix that. Like, my ideal opener here is definitely Blurry Plus. The stats are crazy on this guy, actually. Maybe I should have given him armor. Yeah, by not having armor equipped, I gave him extra AC. Bro has 24 AC. 24 strength, 24 dexterity, 24 wisdom, 16 con, 18 int, 22 charisma. He's got agonizing blast, so his eldritch blast is getting an extra 6 damage per beam. Got an extra bonus action, extra attack, evasion, deflect missiles, martial arts, repelling blast too. Unarmored movement. Oh no, I should have given him weapons. Or armor. uh, does it lend itself to challenge runs similar to BG3? I think you have to be more creative about rule sets than you do with BG3. But yeah, I've been thinking about possible rule sets I would run, because I do kind of want to do another on-stream run. Now that chat can't ruin the experience for me. I'm very stumped on how I want to approach this. Like, he can fuck me up here. I think I'm gonna go more AC. At least there. I have that fire resistance from Ranger now. I don't want the bludgeoning vuln because he'll just punch me to death. I guess we go there. Do I have Wizard's Bane oil? I should make some. We're gonna take a nap to get key points so I can Flurry of Blows as the opener. Fast hands makes so much sense though. Can't be surprised because of the barbarian features. Okay, he's raging, so he can't cast spells. You just see how much you actually hit me for. Up to 14? Oh boy. Oh boy. I might have to just Armor of Agathis and let him like pucker himself out here. This is that's something. He just did nothing? Okay. Did he do that intentionally to let his rage lapse? No way he's that smart. I refuse to believe that he's that smart. Ain't no way. Okay. Yeah, because he has a 23 AC. See, I've drained it from 24. Good job, me. And all of these resists. It's easier for me to just let him hit me. I have spell slots. pretty wild, man. Ow. That was something. So, like, I think I made that more difficult by unequipping things, because I gave him more AC, and then also he was just still able to do his punches scaling off of his base 24 dexterity, so his hit rate was still pretty good. Just happened to be rolling like shit. Yeah, like, he rolled a 3. That was... That was something.
Moving in.
It's also in Trials Scary and Jack of all trades run. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how the stat determinations work, but clearly they get stats based on how many classes you have, because the 324 stat scores? Like, his lowest score was 16. That's crazy for an NPC. But the way the classes work is they have a level 7 build for each class that you have. So, like, my 1 barbarian level, that gave him the level 7 feature Feral Instinct for 3 initiative and immunity to surprise. From the rogue levels, he got evasion, he got thief for fast hands. From warlock, he got both Eldritch Blast invocations. And having agonizing blast, even though it's only 2 beam Eldritch Blast because it's level 7 and not level 10, you know, having a +6 charisma modifier means that's gonna fucking hurt. Got Hellish Rebukes, got Counterspell, like, Hold Person, as we found out in another run. Hey, Exile. It's just, like, a lot of stuff. I think I'll hold off on Oliver until I can do Oliver and Rats in the same, like, go. So I can just use this one Peerless Focus and I won't need another one for the rest of the run. As a human, I'm gonna need immunity to sleep for both of those encounters. As a subclass chosen, it's just a curated choice. Like, I don't have any subclasses. And picked subclass features for some of the classes. Like, I didn't see it use any monk subclass features, any fighter subclass features. Like, the only subclass features I saw specifically were the rogue ones.
Took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself.
They just have a curated list of things.
Her toys once she's done with them.
Like, I didn't see any wizard subclass stuff. More smoke powder arrows. Those are just very, very good in general, but in this run in particular, it's AoE, which is something that I'm lacking a lot of the time. Your rogue was bad, so made an exception for it. The rogue bad shitposts are gonna stay with me forever, aren't they? Force damage and fire damage, separate instance on the bomb arrows? Yes. And there's also no saving throw on the effect. And it bypasses evasion. So it's a 2-instance split damage type AoE in a wide radius that only costs an attack to deploy, and it has unconditional knockback. Smoke powder arrows are extremely good. In terms of their overall damage output, they don't do much compared to other arrows, but like, that's not what they're trying to do. They are supreme consistency. They're good for the same reason Magic Missile is often good. It is damage that you can guarantee. And unlike Magic Missile, there's actually no counter. Magic Missile, someone could use Counterspell or Shield or have enough damage reduction that each individual missile doesn't do anything. Magic Missile can be blocked with line of sight plays like Darkness, but Smoke Powder arrows can't be. Hey, super. Sounds a lot better than the Valguide I already gave them. Yeah, in the past I had assumed that they were subject to evasion, or that there was a saving throw in the knockback effect, and neither of those things is true. Which is awesome stuff.
On my way. Out of sight, out of mind. Let's see. Hiding. Need to find a way forward.
Trying to get in turn base just before they heal. Like that. So hard, well done. Yeah, that's quite a post. The no talking skills one that's the point where I got angry, because it's like, but wait, Rogue has the best talking skills. You get skill expertise at level 1. And then again at level 6. That's why it's good rage bait. Excuse me. Apologies. What other non-dex save things that aren't affected by evasion? I know about Frost and Acid Breath. I know it's not quite what you asked, but there's a couple things that their tooltip will show dex save, but you're actually not allowed to pass them, but evasion will work. That's kind of the inverse. So that's like the trap on Raphael's safe in the House of Hope. That's Answer Stormheart Nova. That's the first thing that came to mind, so I figured I'd mention that because that's on topic. Other saving throw effects that evasion doesn't work on. Chain lightning, and chain lightning lists itself as a dex save, and I guess it is. It's yeah, soda smoke powder arrow. But there isn't actually a save there. The way evasion works is it's looking for a specific tag that things are given by the game. It's like, is explosion or something like that is what it's called. I'm sure someone here can look at the game files and see what it is. But it's looking for a specific tag, and there are things that are dex saves that don't have that, and there are things that are not dex saves that do have that. Yeah, that are affected by evasion. I'm unable to think of any at the moment. I just know the breath weapons, like you mentioned. There's probably something else, but I can't think of anything at the moment.
You better. I'm a dead man walking. Aren't we all? Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
I sold a pair of boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
I did use up a lot of bombs, right? Yeah. More special arrows, of course. Considering the nature of this build not really having AoE, we do need to keep a good supply of smoke powder bombs. Just for encounters that I want to speed up. Hey, GG, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How are you? How was your stream? A little spendy there, but worth it, I think.
Tech.
I'm doing a John of All Sins run. That's one level in every job, so to speak. So Jack Inghoff here is, you know, maybe sometimes he's a firefighter, sometimes he's a doctor, sometimes he's a lawyer, college professor, yoga instructor, plumber, pizza delivery guy, you know, the works. Hey, Super J, welcome back. GG had a raid and run. Stream was good, decent progress to honor mode. Nice. Very nice to hear. Hey, Roland, how are you? Hey, Sunra. Debating if I fight with War Guys now. Probably makes sense, right? That's what I just bought that Psychic Resistance for. Could go Silver Sword mode for that, but then I can't really do my monk shit. Part of me wants to do Ironvine Ironwood. So that if a sword hits me, it's likely to just blow up and die. But I think I would need the full suite of retaliation stuff. I would need Fire Shield, Agathis. The Psionic Overload wouldn't do anything. Maybe do it. But I don't really want to plan on taking damage. Do something like this, then. We'll be fighting Voss in our camp afterwards, too. I already beat him up once. He's probably still at 1 HP. Actually, he might have healed because I went back to the area where he was hanging out, but it'll be fine. Been here the whole time. Here, like the Twitch stream or like existence. See, that's the funny thing. Danny is an eldritch being that predates all of our concepts of time, space, and reality. She was wanting to drink all of Astarion straight from the tap, even before the concept of Astarion existed. She was there before. She will be there after. Figured out how I got what I got my first playthrough, by the way. Combo pre-patch 5, good timing or bad if you count not getting Karlach at all, being extra shots in Act 2 while switching between all the others, except Astarion, that I was misremembering. Checked through my old save files. Thanks for looking through. Just love when he refuses to read my messages. Uh-huh. I guess I should shop with Jira first. Forgot there's like a lot of stuff I want to buy. Although, why buy when I could do crime? So we don't have this waypoint yet because I turned myself into a Rothe to avoid hitting the trigger for the exploration XP, allowing us to save it until level 10. $660 XP.
I'd heard this plane fine, but your paraphernalia had better be pristine.
Lorethian's Wrath, I think we want because we Defender Flail we definitely want because DR. So it looks like we're going to be doing some stealing here. Split stacks.
On your way then.
I definitely need that. Graceful Cloth would be better here, but I don't have it yet. I should honestly go steal that from Esther first. But I'll do things backwards because I'm lazy. Plus 8 enough? Oh yeah. More than enough.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Just out of view.
I'm where I can find the limits to the exploration point in the crash. Pin posts in the BG3 channel with images by trade. For the crash spots and for the moonrise spot.
What to take? Little bit of this, little bit of that. Interesting selection. What to choose? All mine. Nice. I can take what I please. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Well, that's interesting. Using a 5-finger discount. Surely no one will notice. From your pocket to mine. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Well, that's interesting. Using a 5
Didn't expect to have that much success.
What to choose?
No, hide your testicles today. Classic rogue shopping section. Session, excuse me. Hey, Bunny. How did, you mentioned you were fighting Merkel? How did that end up going?
Nice. What to take from your pocket to mine?
Oh, one? An accurate now? Nice, congrats.
A little bit of that. Nice. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Using a 5-finger discount. I can take what I please. Well,
Alright, we
that's
cleaned her out.
interesting.
Surprising success.
Should mind my step.
Didn't know if you have sleight of hand proficiency, get stuff for free. Well, I'm rolling with advantage, and I do have a lot of bonuses. I have expertise in sleight of hand. Thanks, Rogue. Rogue bad, by the way. So I'm adding +8 because it's double my proficiency bonus and I'm level 10. Proficiency bonus goes up to +4 at level 9. So just from my one rogue level, that's giving me +8 to that. And I have Mark of the Shifter, it's giving me a minimum +1. I have Guidance, minimum another +1, so that's minimum +10. And I have a +4 Dex mod, so that's minimum +14. And then I have the bonus from the Smuggler's Ring, so that's a minimum of +16 currently. If I had the Graceful Claw, I would be a minimum of +17. But basically, I succeed anything that's DC 19 or lower, as long as I don't roll a 1. And then I still have a good chance of succeeding anything up to that. Sleight of Hand DC caps out at 30. Nothing goes beyond 30. So if you can get enough bonuses that a 30 is possible, you can succeed on anything without needing to roll a 20. What do I call Halcyon with strong vocal range? No idea. Singer. I should have gotten that. Mildly disappointed in myself for not getting it. But we'll get over that. Now, is Voss still chilling over here? He shouldn't be now that I've loaded the mountain pass. Like I got Kethard to skip straight to Merkel, and in like 3 rounds he was dead. Hey, nice. Nope, Voss is still chilling there.
Softer than a whisper. Light on my feet.
Let me just scooch right on by you there.
Seems simple enough.
What do you call Halcyon who had a dad? Halcyon? Did I kill the dragon? No, it fell. It had bad allergies, and it sneezed and slipped on grease, and then it's taken a nap.
What path lies before me?
Because of XP? Yes.
With haste.
250.
What's hiding here?
Another tier 3 exploration spot over here, 660 XP. moves not aggro when you attack it. It doesn't have combat AI. It does its breath weapon as retaliation. So you have to position yourself. Either you have to be absurdly tanky and keep healing every time, or you have to position yourself so that the terrain blocks the breath weapon while you're still able to hit it. All singed. Nice. That's pretty good. What do you call Karlak, who makes secure defense mechanisms?
Oh, you are a sweet, sweet blessing, my dear. You know, I've had
Karlak?
nothing but trouble all day. Look over there. Do you see that? The
Ah, I got it. I got it.
Left. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
These are fun.
What news of our little... Very well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through balls. Happy out.
You need to put on Fistbreaker Home here in case of initiative ties.
I don't need any attention right now. What to choose? Little bit of this, little bit of that. What to take? Surely no one will notice.
Seems you're...
One with advantage. That's why we prep the initiative. What do I not need that I'm carrying around? Realistically, I don't need Vital Conduit. I could get away with having only one practice sword.
On my way.
That was a crunchy landing sound. Question for you: how does Patriarch's Memory and Mirror of Lost thing work? So with Patriarch's Memory, you just have a chance. I want to say it's like a 15% chance. By the odds. Anytime you give up a memory to get that, and that is independent of whether or not you offered a prayer. And if anything, your chances are better by not offering a prayer, because as soon as you successfully roll the check to get the +2 stat buff of your choice, you are unable to offer any more memories to the mirror. So if you're going for Patriarch's Memory, what you want to do is you want to offer up your stats to the mirror without having offered a prayer after determining its purpose. So basically, determine its purpose, offer memories. Now, there are 6 ability scores. So what I tend to do is I offer 5 of them. And if I don't get it in those 5, then I offer the prayer. Then I offer the 6th stat. Because if you have Forbidden Knowledge, the Forbidden Knowledge tag here, even if you have failed on all 6 of your stats, you can give up the Forbidden Knowledge bonus to force the game to give you a success on the check for the stats of your choice. So basically, you want to set it up so that you have 7 chances to get Patriarch's Memory. Up to 7. If you care about it.
Still on.
been rolling that many times, it's uncommon to not get it.
This calls for careful footwork.
Really retort Daredevil gloves, double magic club, 3 Eldritch Blasts can crash the game. Yeah, you can crash the game with 1 smoke powder bomb and a scorching ray. It's pretty easy to do. But I saw your Arcane Acuity science, and so that makes sense. Those stacking conditions, they all seem to have a an actual effectiveness cap of 20, and they have a soft cap that you're not intended to be able to go beyond, but there seems to be ways to do it for each of them. Like for momentum, you can use Haste Helm to go past it. For radiating orbs, if you have enough instances applying orbs at the same time, you can go past the 10 cap. For Encrusted with Frost, same thing. If you have enough instances, you can go past the cap. Reverb even, too. Heat, as well. Arcane Acuity. Yeah. Hey, Jesse. How are you? Did I see your Shadowheart joke? I did not. What do you call Shadowheart with a haircut for men? No idea. Only happens with the Arcane Acuity helmet. Tried with Fire Acuity hat. Does not work with the Fire Arrow. So, Shadow middle part. I mean, you don't have to be a man to middle part. But Shadow middle part is pretty funny as a visual. But yeah, the Arcane Acuity thing. It's like Haste Helm then. There's multiple items that give momentum even in that slot, but only one of them bypasses the cap. So yeah, that means the helmet works differently than the hats. And that's good info. Google haircuts for men and it showed up. My logic is flawless and ineffable. Next time, just ask ChatGPT and then commit, put all your chips on whatever it told you. I'm told that's how discussions work here in 2025, right?
Interesting selection. Little bit of this, little bit of that.
Absolutely not. AI slop and horrible and awful. I agree, but that was the joke.
What to take?
Hey, do talk.
What to choose?
What do you call Shadowheart in a movie starring Kevin James? Shadow Hitch.
Trading today, I'm afraid. Using a 5-finger discount. Nice. Interesting selection. From your pocket to mine. What to choose?
Shadow Blur.
Sure.
The other Kevin James movie. I see.
Using a 5-finger discount.
Bit of a carry weight problem now, but there are worse problems to have. There we go.
Never wanted the easy path.
You call Gale with a healthy constitution? Ooh. That's a good one. No idea. Hail? No, yeah. Should have gotten that. Feel stupid for not getting that one. You think Larian's gonna patch sleight of hand out of the game? Seems like an exploit. Yeah, did you know that using the skill designed for stealing things is cheese?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Did you know that cheese is cheese? Go
Let's
on.
have a look.
Hey, card of money. What do you call will when he does not want to? Will not? Okay, okay. Lazy Zell. That's a good one. Oh yeah, so I didn't even talk about how now that I have this, I can equip Gloves of Power here for another +1 to sleight of hand. So Graceful Cloth actually works out to be +2 for my my stealing setup. Once we get our that'll mostly be a temporary measure because I'll have 20 decks naturally without that equipped, and I'll have Resonance Stone for advantage sleight of hand in Act 3. But I'll have better glove options, including Nimble Finger Gloves. I can turn into a gnome, go up to 22 dexterity that way, and then have the extra +1 sleight of hand from the gloves too. Basically, we can get to a point where I can kind of reasonably steal even DC capped things. Like single-digit number of attempts for things like armor persistence. Pretty good place to be. Alright, how do I want to handle this? An annoying quirk of Wargaz here is that if you're going for like minor illusion and doing AoE here, if you pop one of these iron hinges, you get surprised. So you can end up accidentally surprising yourself and everybody in the room except for Wargaz because he has perfect sentry, so he can't be surprised. Figuring out my opener here. Honestly, I probably should beat the shit out of him, right? Could go for some bussy plays. But did buy Corrosive Flail. A little tighter.
Crush Yillik with me to the death.
I don't have speed pots. Oh yeah, I used the last of what I had. Moonrise. Crunch.
Life is over. Shema Salavaki.
Alright, his reaction. Messed up that.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Impressive resistance, but futile.
His corpse in the background.
Orgaz was potent. We are impressed.
Was he potent though?
A sharp pain, like your eye being carved out, washes over you as your patron borrows your vision momentarily. Not exactly a god, but not far off. Your patron recoils, but not before leaving a word of advice. Caution.
You are permitted to look upon me. You are invited to kneel.
I'll kneel for Big Lady.
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend or
Wave,
are you
yeah.
thief?
Recalled position I'd most like to be in with the pale ear maxer. Is it Amazon? It's gotta be that one. Starry on my back. Oh, well, that's less fun.
An unexpected servant. Your will is strong. Your kind will go far for glory. You must accept. Refuse. And be
Pale ear maxer. The brain rot mod, which Danny claims to not like but still quotes every day, calls elves ear maxers. Is dwarf a height unmaxer? I'm actually curious what halflings are called in the mod. Anybody know? Go with that for a while. I think ultimately this makes more sense. Roll good. Automod didn't like the phrase evil lady.
Statues reveal the hidden door.
Automod's a coward.
No one stopped me yet.
About evil men? No, it's okay with that.
Be cautious.
Because of course it is. You know?
Let's not get caught off guard. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Let's get this over with.
Beautiful. When you play around the mists and the game's determined to make it happen. You're asking about companion character arcs, but like you could experience them for yourself. Because being told about the character arc does not translate to going through it yourself. So how are you going to form an actionable opinion without having seen it? I don't disagree with what chat is answering you with, but like, go through it. Because part of media analysis is figuring out what your takeaway is, and then comparing notes with others for funsies. Compare with friends. Evil's subjective, to a point. Yeah, not with Minty. She's far past that threshold where she is into objectively evil territory. I would also say Astarion is there too. But he can get better. And it's definitely portrayed in a way where it's like he just doesn't know he has other options. Minthara's a character who she has the emotional intelligence to know what evil looks like. And she decided that evil suits her purposes better. And that's that. God forbid women have hobbies. There's even a conversation that I reference often, it's one of my favorites in the game, that Orange and Will can have with her in the epilogue camp, where they have a brief discussion on morality, and how Will's understanding of what it takes to be a good man has improved, and that Minthara respects that. And you have a dialogue option where you can ask her, have you become a good woman? And she laughs. Like, comic book villain, evil laugh. And then she makes jokes about it.
Can't risk being in open view.
It's quite fun.
On my way.
If more people let Astarion handle convos himself in later acts to see the growth, I think. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, but like even without doing that, you can see that he has the capacity for that growth because, you know, media literacy dictates, like, that's the story they're trying to tell, that hey, he has the opportunity to be better than the person who made him into what he is. You could even directly have that conversation with him in Act 1, and he kind of scoffs at the notion, then have it again 3 separate times in Act 3, and he's like, hey, you know, maybe there's something to that. I think the way the game handles approval did irreparable damage to the way this fandom perceives the characters. That's not the approval system's fault. That's people with extremely low levels of media literacy continuing to refuse to engage intellectually with anything they're consuming beyond number go up.
Another step.
I don't think that's a game mechanic's fault. I think that's a stupid people issue. Sorry to be blunt, but I'm not sorry. See, a lot of people say click heals gives enemies advantage and opportunity to attack. The opposite of the description. Is that true? Yes, that is true. Alfredo GG. It's a bug, but that is true. Control F, the approval wiki. Oh, okay, dude. Yeah, people who use that as a justification for Astarion being fundamentally and unflinchingly, ceaselessly evil. Like, yeah, it's a lazy argument. Because you could apply the same logic to Shadowheart, and her character arc is literally that she is fundamentally not an evil person, and they've had to spam brainwash her for 45 years to get her to even half-ass at being an evil person. But because a lot of her Act 1 dialogues are, you know, do evil shit. And she's not even fully committed there, because remember, if you raid the Grove, she gets shit-faced, silly drunk to cope with the guilt. But, you know, number go up. This is your daily reminder that here in the cursed year of 2025, humanity is literally the dumbest it's ever been. People are actively just fucking stupid. Hey man, look here. How are you? Aggressively so, trying to be. Yeah, that's why I think this outdoes other historical periods, because like it's an aggressive desire to be stupid rather than circumstances, you know, lack of available education. This is like chasing it, you know? Like, what can I do instead of thinking, and how many ways can I do that? And this is not to say that if you got a different read on a piece of media, that makes you stupid. That's not the point I'm making here at all. It's just like engaging with anything beyond the surface level and then claiming to have engaged with it beyond the surface level is intellectually dishonest and moronic at best.
Better be cautious.
Usually have rules in my runs, even for honor mode, like no time string or tadpole. Constantly get told to want a bigger number. Like, that's the primary goal. So, like, yeah, that's just silly. And also, tadpoles don't make your numbers go up. In fact, the only one of these that makes number go up is Psionic Overload. Even Perilous Stakes being Vuln, you can achieve that through other means. Like, the only one that's uniquely, hey, number actually go up for combat purposes is this one. So, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just pointing out that people who are critiquing your rule set that's designed to challenge you more, limit what you have access to, the entire basis for their criticism also doesn't make sense from their own point of view. It's like, I could make your argument better than you can, and I think you're wrong.
These things have stayed interesting. Have to keep going.
God, it smells awful in here.
Step carefully. There's a trap. I don't need any attention right now.
Pavril! Your future ends now!
Yeah, acid resistance will help when you're at 1 HP, brother. Where's Call the Weak land done? Call the Weak doesn't increase your damage. Call the Weak is a replacement for knowing how to do damage. Because all Call the Weak does... Oh, I can't look at the description right now, but... Hang on. Once it's my turn. All Call the Weak does is finish things off without you needing to do damage. So at most, it is effectively giving you, at this point in the game, what, 16 less HP you have to deal, so you could interpret that as it's plus 16 damage, highly conditionally, for that target, and then that becomes an AoE that does damage to other targets, sure. But, like, it doesn't give you damage when damage matters. That's the thing. You can use it to efficiently finish off threats. You can use it to make it so that you can use low damage things that apply their damage more favorably to finish off particularly weak enemies. This is not me saying Call the Weak is not good, but the idea that Call the Weak is a replacement for knowing how to do damage just isn't true. Because what is Call the Weak going to do against someone for that first 90+% of their health bar? For any relevant enemies. It's coup de grace without spending a action bonus action, yeah? No, because you still need to do the damage somehow. You spent an action at some point to set up the damage that did that. So, like, it's for finishing things off, as you said, coup de grace. But it's not... It doesn't increase the ceiling of your effectiveness. It increases the floor. And increasing the floor is good policy. I talk very frequently about how good damage floor is. Raising your lowest possible roll does wonders for your consistency and is often more desirable than raising your highest possible roll. But it is not a replacement for knowing what your damage's top end looks like. And this is one of the reasons why things like no tadpoles as a restriction matters a lot less the more game knowledge you have, because the things you are losing don't really matter a lot of the time. And, like, the truly broken tadpole powers are the ones that people don't really talk about. Like, far and away, the most busted of the tadpole powers are, and I'm going to give two here, because perspective changes which of these two are, and it's Ability Drain, as Adrix said, and Psionic Overload. Those are the ones that people don't mention, because Psionic Overload has a downside.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a
And you
Kevin near
need good management of your action economy for Psionic Overload, and good understanding of how to deal more on hits for that to feel valuable. Ability Drain allows you so much control over enemy stat blocks that it's crazy. It can do so many things that you want it to do. But it requires engagement with it, and it is not directly number go up. So those things don't get as much lip service as things like Luck of the Far Realms seems incredible until you realize how many ways there are to crit in this game. Druids can make whatever they want crit starting at level 2, once per short rest. Anything. Any attack roll they want. Level 2. Any access to sleep or paralytic effects allows you to set up forced crits as well. Hold person, hold monster go on in that category, and those are popular. I don't know why people can't connect those particular dots. The Killer Sweetheart Ring you get in Act 2 is another forced crit opportunity. Rhapsody allows you to force a ton of crits. There's a lot of ways to crit. So Luck of the Far Realms, as good as being able to expend a reaction to crit on demand, is it's not even the most desirable version of that ability. So giving up tadpoles is like, okay, I lose like the third most ideal forced crit method. You mentioned Crawler Mix? I didn't specifically, but it goes in the category of paralytic effects. Was an ability drain so good Larian put once per round tag on it recently? It wasn't recent, but they also put a floor on ability drain's effect, so it can't atrophy things by itself. It used to be able to. And it's one of those things that full party compositions should take even more advantage of, because ability drain applies, it's not once per round, like, total, it's once per round per character. So, if you have 4 people with ability drain, you could be draining 4 stat points every round. Like, and it costs how many tadpoles to get there? 2? You can easily have that on everyone in your camp. what I'm saying, just looking at it from a different perspective. If you do X amount of damage, but that would, without Call the Weak, leave the enemy still alive, you need their action, or maybe a turn to do the damage Call the Weak deals in that specific scenario, so having it saves you that additional action turn, at least potentially, because it always depends on how much damage you actually deal. Yeah, and there are cases when that matters a lot, Sunrun. And Larian's aware of that, because they made specific changes to a bunch of Act 2 things, but a lot of it centers around the Apostle of Merkel fight. They gave, this was, I believe, a patch 6, either patch 5 or 6 change. Correct me on this, fact check me on this. Might have even been 7, but I think it was 6. They gave all Necromites a level 2 armor of Agathis. This served a couple functions. Made you have to think before just unga bunga, I smack you with bludgeoning damage, but it also increased their HP to the point where it's harder to just snipe them with Call of Weak. And then they made an additional change to the Malice Thorm fight, where the threshold of HP that he revives the sisters at is higher, specifically to make it harder to snipe them with Call of Weak. They changed the Advolucurs in the that any of the Merkelites summon, so that's the Necromancers in Moonrise, that is Ketheric, that is Merkel. They changed those Involucurs from hostile entities to neutral entities, specifically so that Call the Weak doesn't work on them. You can find in my VODs channel, the level 1 Warlock run that I did, the strategy for handling the Involucurs was I had the entire floor Caustic Brine. And because I had very high Tadpole threshold, and I had some damage riders to assist, Lightning Charges sometimes, Callous Glow sometimes, if Merkel spawned an Involucur on any acid surface that I had there, as long as I didn't min roll the damage, it would just die to Call the Weak immediately. I wouldn't have to deal with it at all. And situations like that are when Call the Weak is really, really good. But the situations where Call the Weak doesn't matter, things like Merkel himself. Like, sure, maybe if you're just barely keeping pace in the War of Attrition, Erathana, then being able to snipe him one turn earlier, if you fell just shy damage-wise, that's attractive. But, like, ultimately, with how much HP he has, if you have max Tadpoles at that point in the game, your Call the Weak threshold is 16. That's less than a drop in the bucket of his total HP pool. You still have to do, like, the rest. So it's far from the level of impact people ascribe to it. It's a situational tool. Now, there are no bad Tadpole powers. Later, Super Chickpea. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the jokes. There are no bad Tadpole powers. They are all good for something. But, again, the ones that get the most vocal credit or critique are not the ones that actually have that absurd level of game-wide impact. Stage fright is underrated? It is. In theory, though, in practice, I found myself valuing ability drain way more in my solo, because in a full party combat would be over in a few rounds before I could truly start feeling the stat drain effect, i.e. my very long Merkel fight where I got him to 1 wisdom. Yeah, manly tier. That's true. Like, with 4 characters worth of action economy and damage, it's rare that things survive long enough for ability drain to kick in. But the times where they would be in the exact situations where something like Call the Weak wouldn't be as valuable. So, sliding scale there. You have Call the Weak on one end, ability drain on the other. Neither are bad, but I find one far more impactful in play. Adam just situationally good. Know your worth, Queen.
see a vague outline of something.
I almost misclicked and crushed it.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon. What path lies before me?
Fresh is cleared now. I gotta speak with that on Alika. He's here, right? Yeah.
The corpse regards you like
Brother Canoe decided to powerful relic hidden in even
the spell.
30 XP that way.
Better not be cursed.
Grab this XP now.
The blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster.
Anyone who invites you to a meeting half an hour before it starts out with your pillows perpetually hot. Oof.
So they kept the blood of Lathander here. No wonder it was looted. Shouldn't wish to live in more interesting times.
Oh, but yeah, because I want to rant about tadpole powers more. This is without even accounting for the Act 3 ones, which are also all good. Like, we talked about Ability Drain, Psionic Overload. Again, like, this is all attack rolls. It also goes in retaliation effects. So, like, think of this as... You know how I never shut up about how good Hex is? This is Psychic-flavored Hex. In a roundabout, indirect way. It's per instance... Includes retaliation, includes unarmed spells, all that. So really good on Scorching Ray Machine Gun, Eldritch Blast Machine Gun, Monks with how many times they hit. You use on throwing builds, you use on archery, you use it on melee. Like, it's just great. Perilous Stakes is different on Honor Mode. There are a couple tadpole powers that work differently on Honor Mode than they do on the lower difficulties. This requires an ally to be targeted. So it's kind of hard to use in the offensive way that people use it on Tactician and below. But you can get around that by, like, if you know you're going to jump someone who isn't hostile to you yet, you can try to get positive attitude with them, but maybe you give them a bunch of money or donate a high-value item that you know they're going to drop when they die, so that you can target them with this and then get a surprise round while they're vulnerable to everything. You can stick Dominate Person, Planar Binding, Dominate Beast, you know, any of those effects to a target, and then they will become a valid target for Perilous Stakes. That's an option too. You could use it on yourself to get the healing. It's a little more unconventional of a use, but it does work. Especially in like a no consumables run that ends up having value. Shield of Thralls is goated, everyone knows that. Backlash is goated, everyone knows that. Call of the Week, we talked about that at length. Concentrated Blast is really good. If you watched Andy do his Illithid Powers only run, this was a workhorse. Just good, consistent damage. Also, situationally, a heal. Force Tunnel is an unconditional knockback, so very good for chasming things. It's very hard to aim properly. There's absolutely a learning curve to it, but it's really, really good. Displace is extra damage when you're knocking things down places from height. So that's number go up, technically, but negligibly. Repulsor is one of my favorites. It's guaranteed damage. It's strength save, so there's no like evasion in the mix. It's force damage. So unless someone has damage reduction, or force resistance, and then you min roll the damage, they're taking at least a point. And also, it's good for opening doors. You can hit like levers and buttons and stuff through walls with it. It's real nice for that. Charm is probably the least desirable of the tadpole powers, but it still has its uses. You can use it to trigger tadpole elixir for advantage on your attacks. Desirable, especially early in the game. If you have good spell save DC, you can use it to stop someone from attacking you more than one time in a turn. So on like, control-oriented builds, high spell save DC, wizards, bards, etc. That makes sense there too. We talked about Look at the Far Realms. Favorable Beginnings kind of speaks for itself. It's extra consistency the first time you interact with the target. Note that Favorable Beginnings does get consumed. So if you have like a full party with this, the first person using it will mean that no one else can get it on that target. But it's still good. We touched on Sage Fright being awesome. Sage Fright even, the damage is considered self-damage. So if you use it on, like, let's say you use it on the imps in the House of Hope, they have Agonizing Blast, so they add their Charisma modifier as additional damage to their Eldritch Blast. Well, if they miss you with Eldritch Blast and they have Stage Fright, they're adding Agonizing Blast to their own Stage Fright damage, so they die even faster. So that's fun. Tadpole powers are good. Most importantly, they're mechanically interesting. So I like using them. X into Concentrate Blast save you so many times you're on a run, never really used it before. Nice. Guess I should have different gloves on. I took fall damage doing that jump once.
I can't wait to sleep. Looks like a Githyanki if the armor is anything to go by. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
And the shit. Hope you're well. Oh, something I thought you might be interested in. I was thinking about maybe potentially. I want to do another Dragon Age series playthrough on stream. Thinking of doing, as usual, Nightmare difficulty all games. There's a few Dragon Age enjoyers here in the chat. Yeah, all 4 games. I haven't done Veilguard on stream, though I've done like 4 playthroughs off stream. So. I'd buy it. I played Dragon Age Origins 6 times. Only 6 rookie numbers? Summer of 2010, I must have played through the game like 5 times just that summer. And then for a few years after, I tried to play through it once a year. Now it's more like every 3 years or so, I end up going through it. But I did. This was shit. I think this was 2022 going into 2023. I think, or maybe it was 2021 going to 2022. It's one of those years. I did a trilogy run on stream of Mass Effect and Dragon Age. Didn't play the fourth game of either because, you know, one, the fourth Dragon Age wasn't out yet, but two, I didn't care to play Andromeda again. But I've been thinking about replaying Dragon Age. Because getting back into Origins from, like, more of a challenge running perspective. I've gone through all the games on Nightmare. I've soloed Nightmare. On all the relevant games. You can't really solo in Veilguard, though I did an off-stream run where I just didn't use companion abilities at all. So it was the closest I could get, but... Origins is actually, like, a hard game. Which I think is cool. Know nothing about the games. I'd love to see you play. So, I hope this increases your interest, but Dragon Age Origins was originally envisioned as a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. It has some references to it. It shares a lot of creative DNA. Like, time is funny like this, but Dragon Age Origins came out the same decade as Baldur's Gate 2. And Baldur's Gate 2 came out 2.5 decades ago. Breaks your brain a little bit when you think about it that way.
Ah, you know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Me? Easy. Where'd you even pull that money from? I stole all your money. Well, it's good to know she doesn't actually give you that from her inventory. I wasn't sure about that. What are you doing, Jake? You jaking it? How you doing, non-stop maps? Yesterday I was thinking about that. Something's mechanically more interesting yet pretty busted versus passive bonuses. Realized Acuity stack can go beyond 10. Yeah, Ansel mentioned that in the Discord and credited you. So I was thinking about it, and I talked about this a bit earlier in the stream, but like all of those stacking things, those like item sets that have those effects, so Arcane Acuity, Momentum, Reverb, Heat, Radiating Orbs, Encrusted with Frost, all of those, I know of ways to, now with Acuity, get past the caps for all of those. And they all tend to have a soft cap and a hard cap. The soft cap is the one you're not supposed to be able to go beyond, and then the hard cap is the point at which you stop receiving additional benefit. But it's cool. That goes a sinful run. Hey, like, it goes well. It goes well. Balance should be the fact that things like that exist. Auto give less value to regular passive spell DC gear. Not necessarily, because there's setup required, and they're constantly in flux beyond a certain point. Like, taking damage loses you Acuity, whereas your spell save DC gear is going to remain there. Aside from Solo Nightmare, any standout challenges that could be done in Dragon Age Quartet? Permadeath would be interesting. It's not hard to go through Inquisition and Veilguard without dying, at least compared to the others. But like going through Origins Deathless would be pretty fucking wild. And 2? Early game 2 is like fucked up. Like, 2 doesn't get easy until after the Era Shock. And if you're doing, like, a warrior versus the Era Shock, good luck. Rogue, mage, it's fine, just kite. But, like, a warrior there? Ugh, you're gonna get hit. Werewolves overwhelm you, open a certain door, GG run. Yeah, overwhelmed from werewolves or spiders. Grabs from ogres. Just failing a spell resist roll and then get hit with, like, crushing prism. Or blood wound. Paralysis. It's just kind of... You're just kind of dead. So every scenario where more than 10 stacks of acuity is relevant. Not particularly. I suppose going above 10 acuity and then switching into, like, Slayer form could be funny. But it's more, like, proof of concept than actually being good.
I trust that an early payment has up.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Slayer with good spell save DC would be even more insane than it already is. Yeah.
Very well.
Should have left her alive to get free stuff from her, but meh. Never a bad time to kill a racist. The hardest challenge for me definitely be making it through the circle tower at a single sitting without complaining once. Yeah, that'd be pretty rough. Also, random encounter RNG on the map. Like if you're trying to set up getting Starfang, and then you keep getting old what's-his-face. Need to wait for jump to wear off here. The feeling of joy when enemies fall prone when playing Slayer. Yeah, like, if you can set up consistent prones on Slayer, it's GG's. This isn't information that's usually relevant, but Slayer's autocrit on Slay does go through crit immunity. There's no enemies that innately have crit immunity in this game, at least unmodded, so that's not, like, relevant for us, but that's something to keep in mind if you're fighting Orin. I get prone immunity, because she could just... If she knocks you prone, she's gonna auto-crit you through your immunity. Chargebound on boss. Oh, I think I do Waterbound King still.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it. I can't stab the squid because I want to fuck the squid later. All right, the scroll corpse. What are we betting? This corpse right here could have any scroll that's allowed to show up in the random scroll loot in the game. So it could be anything from color spray to globe of invulnerability. As long as it's able to show up in random loot, it can be there. So place your bets. What we think of. go Banishment. See Invis. Phantasmal Killer, Protection from Evil and Good, Color Spray. $100 in Power Word Kill. That's not taking your money. That's not on the list. Darkness, Cone of Cold. Both scared of her, but at the same time, I think I might kick her ass with my character. Like, assuming I don't just hold Monster Deleter, 120 HP with 30 AC using Shield, Extended Blade Ward. Don't think she can punch through that. There's things to worry about. Like, if she sticks Flesh Rot to you, that could be a problem. If you fail to, well, if you don't take precautions against Piercing Growl, then the denial of your turns can end up being a problem. But with gearing defensively, Orin is very unable to punch through. As long as you have prone immunity, crit immunity, good amount of HP, some good physical damage reduction, she's struggling to kill you. Like, you could, even in a situation where you lose control of your character to Piercing Growl, if you have things like Fire Shield, Flesh Melter Cloak active, she will die from hitting you before you die from her hitting you, even outside of a retaliation build. Ice Storm. It's a good pickup.
So come, we will talk.
There's a lot of things a pure class cleric in particular can do to shut down Orin. Like Hero's Feast, she can't get you with Contagion anymore, she can't get you with Piercing Growl anymore, and you have more HP. Calm Emotions will stop her from using Deathbringer's Assault, and also turns off a Mismo Scarlet if she got that. That's Guardian Swag, right, RBF? If you don't have Hero's Feast, then, you know, Protection from Evil and Good covers Piercing Growl. You can just sit there in Spirit Guardians and she'll eat that. So there's that too. You got Blade Ward. You just got a lot of tools.
Very well. What do you want to know? Vlaakith wants that I'm. It's the Lich Queen fears nothing more than the blood. Since you spared me that fate, she would as do I. Good luck.
Can't fuck the Squid Stabber here? I'm not sure, but I'm guessing you can't. Like, the squid will still be shirtless in that one scene, but it won't try to fuck you if you've been sufficiently an asshole to it.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
What's inside?
Peg seems to be the most common scroll in the game. Featherfall's close second in my experience. Peg's definitely one of the more common ones. Peg, Featherfall, Hold Person are all pretty common scrolls with some guaranteed acquisition locations. Like, these are Hold Persons that I've just found. I haven't bought any. Same with Featherfall. See, these are in pretty large quantity.
Remarkable that this stayed hidden all this time.
Eldritch Blast, 3 beams now. Hate having low strength. Yes, 18 is low in this context. Just because I don't trust this game sometimes.
Still breathing, despite everything.
The Blood of Lathander, we could get some use out of. It is a +3, so it's among the most accurate weapons we have right now. It's a mace, so it works as a monk weapon too. There's definitely situations where I see myself using it. I think for right now, under Mount King, because we're going to be fighting Voss in an area where I can make it dark pretty easily, and Finesse means I can get my sneak attack going. It also has the reroll effect for damage consistency. But I expect we will be using Blood of Lathander. At least a little bit. Sunbeam's fun to use too. Yeah, like, the Blood of Lathander has a unique version of Sunbeam that does not have the recast, which is both a positive and a negative. It's a negative in that you don't get the recast spam, but it's a positive in that it's something you can use while concentrating on something else without breaking that concentration. So it's a nice tool situationally. Elemental Infusion there. Worthy here. Actually, do I go Unworthy or do I go Rage Mode here? No. Stick with this.
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Cure, perhaps? Tell me you don't trust it. Tell me you reject this abomination inside. Keep all blood I'll spill with this sword.
I didn't mean to clip that off. Oh yeah, I haven't done the oil bear yet. I'll do that too. It's gonna involve some rest spam. At some point soon, Lae'zel's gonna wanna like lock in our romance. I don't remember if I have to say no to that. Because, like, Minthara will straight up Ariana Grande. She'll be like, hey, break up with your girlfriend, I'm bored. But I don't know if she'll do that if you are, like, fully partnered. I don't remember. Why are you moaning like that?
Mystical map.
Had I been there, the Queen would have known my... I must...
Never do this challenge. I feel terrible ditching a part to Mizora. Yeah. It's not gonna feel good.
Tilov lacketh. Has our queen sent a knight to slay me with his own blade?
Such informality.
The only way we could have gotten around that is
Does
raiding the
still
growth.
Kithrak not command your respect?
Your blade.
Because then we get Minthara in Act 1.
You've come for blood.
Child of Gith,
But I don't know of a
I've
way
not come
to
kill you.
keep Halcyon when
I've
doing
come
that.
to aid
And
you.
he's an option, so. I might not even end up getting Halcyon.
Don't trust him.
Skakek Kier Gith Shabeleth.
Vlaakith's demise.
I bring
I-
the Zay.
I will hear no more of it.
He doesn't break up with you if you sleep with Mizora. Ascended Astarion because he doesn't view you as a person. Shadowheart because she's just kind of chill like that. I believe it's just those two. Oh, Karlak can be convinced to not break it off. You have to convince her though. Gale, Minthara, Will, Spawn Astarion will all break it off immediately with no checks. Not Halcyon. Halcyon doesn't care about you. He's just horny.
Here we go again.
The traitor Voss is dead. Let his heresy die with him.
What an odd gadget. What's it for, I want? Voss's next destination was Baldur's Gate. We should check out Shuretta's Caress when we get there.
Forgot Voss would be at 1 HP. Hey, we got a sword. +2. Monk weapon. Not finesse, but be good. Wonder if you could dialogue interrupt, make Voss temp hostile here. Be interesting. We did find through Mark's necrotic only run that if you dominate person Voss here, combat ends and then you can leave the act and he will just be perm hostile in this campsite forever. It's like anytime you come back to this camp, he's just here, ready to scrap. I'm carrying too much. I'm kind of at a loss for what to give up. Trident for disarming things theoretically makes sense. It's fine for now. Good science, lightning arrowing him. Oh, what do you think? It's stick an electrocute so it ticks on him in the dialogue or something? I don't think time is advancing for him at that point. Because he's in the convo. You can roll to convince Astarion. Ah, there you go. So with Karlak and Astarion, you can roll to convince. I know with Will, it's a hard no. I believe with Minthara and Gale, it's also a hard no. Hey, Roxy.
The traitor is dead. Zah, I have honored the 10,000 protocol. We are honored with an eternal.
Here goes nothing.
So we cleaned up an extra 75 XP from killing Voss's Raider, and we got Voss's sword from killing him. Now Tuscan will spawn into Act 2, that's another fight we can pick up. We could even use Voss's sword for that, I suppose, but I'm probably just doing
Best be on my way.
usual bussy crunch.
Perhaps Amelia is right.
I need a quick word.
Mask. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Big crunch makes me bust. Alright, chatters, give me money so I can start a cereal distributor. With the flagship product being Bussy Crunch. Give me money. Quag and I share the brain cell? Hell yeah, RBF Queen. Honey Nut Bussios? Cereal where you leave your tongue in the ring just a little bit too long, make everyone else around the table uncomfortable. Anything with the 420. That's the gambling number, right? The sex number, yes. Yeah. Bussy Crunch a flavor or brand name? Could be both. If you don't take the dagger out of the meat, can you keep rolling the investigation check for the +1 dagger in Act 1 after you succeed the first time? After you succeed? No. But, like, you can keep rolling the investigation until you succeed.
Looking ahead. One day I'll catch a break. Just out of view. Something over there.
Morning, Dave. How are you? Are you gonna help crowdfund our new cereal business venture?
Deep and move.
Would you prefer Bussy Crunch or Honey Nut Bussios?
All right. Time to skulk about.
I feel like the second one might get us in some copyright trouble.
It's just wilderness out here.
Okay, what, our cereal venture? We're going into cereal production.
At the ready.
You back, but we got ourselves competition already. That sick with.
Done.
Muck tables.
You know, bussios every day of the week. Kellogg is shaken because of the bussin', or cocky crisp? Oh no, that's too good. Cinnamon cock crunch, don't think I want to crunch. Gotta try everything twice, Dave.
Not as bad as it could have.
Everything alright out there?
Yes, it's me. Let me in. Bards get DC 5 on this performance check. Gnomes also get DC 5.
Softer than a whisper.
Like, you know, there's grape nuts. Yeah, gape nuts. That's a good one. It was a waste of a fire arrow, but, pretty. We sneak attack all the corpses to be toxic.
Light on my feet. Anything of use?
Fruit boobs. It's low hanging, but that happens with age, right?
No lock. No handle. How does it open? Here we go. It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Frosted cakes. Low hanging speakers. Honeycombs. Oh no. We're getting less clever here.
Here lies the guardian of two.
Very well.
Thou hast now a bosom companion.
No, I don't have a bosom companion.
Fate spin. That is where I was.
Excuse you? Yeah, you're excused. Coco Cox. What? Cocoa Puffs? No, I understand, but what?
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? I've scavenged all sorts.
Would disintegrate for the funny? Guess we do that.
Price.
Don't want to draw any attention. Best get in and out.
Excuse me.
Don't waste a step.
Okay, I've legalized clits.
This calls for careful footwork. Never wanted the easy path. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
This is the free action apple.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Yeah, see, Automod doesn't... I mean, at least it's out of ignorance, because it doesn't know what that is.
What's in here?
There's apparently a cereal called Mr. Wonderful Surprise that touted having a craving. This is like when the Ghostbusters marketing thing happened, you know, Bustin' makes me feel good. Like, they knew what they were doing.
Over, then through.
They knew.
I should speak up.
It'll take a while for... Of course.
Fire Rain Dancer, because I may want it eventually. Same with Gloves of Missile Snaring. I don't have immediate uses for those lined up, but makes sense. at least takes care of my carry weight for now. Bootios. I've heard of this one. Is it a real thing? Because I've heard of it. WWE's. But wrestling is real. So that means it's real. How are you missing this much? How are you missing? What is this? I know some of these are like just extreme low rolls, but also look at the attack rolls. Like some of them are hitting for 0 damage, but like there were misses.
Seems simple enough.
While I have money, let's learn some of these spells. Don't have 3rd level spellcasting. I guess I won't have that until I take the... I might get it from the sorcerer level, actually. I could elixir up to learn some more of them now, but do I want to do that? Probably should. Like, will I? Gotta make sure we learn color spray, that one's important. Carry weight. You don't like cats?
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Fortunately, these guys are pretty light,
Want to draw any attention.
so you don't need much strength to move them around. I still haven't done the max disrespect Rick Thorm strat.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Which is disarm him, give him Bernard's weapon, spit on him.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
And fill his inventory with scrolls that he'll cast instead of doing things that are useful.
I'll strike you down.
Game lied to me. Blatantly lied to me about the arc there.
Blood comes easy these days.
We have Sanctuary. I'm only a level 5 wizard, take the rest of my levels in Warlock, another spellcaster. Can I learn higher level spells? Warlock, no. Other casters, yes. As long as your caster progression adds up to 11 levels. So, Paladins and Rangers are half casters, so each of those levels is 0.5. So, like, you can have 2 Paladin or Ranger levels as long as your other 10 levels are full caster. Warlocks don't get standard caster progression, so they don't add at all. This is one of the reasons why every Reddit build that tells you mixing Warlock with another class for spellcasting purposes, this is another reason why that's dog shit and wrong, because you just lose your higher level spell slots. It's just worse.
I don't need any attention right now.
Eldritch Knights and Arcane Tricksters are 1/3 casters. So, having those classes at all denies you your higher levels. What about Druid? Yeah, Druid's a full caster. Druid, Sorcerer, Wizard, Bard, Cleric are the full casters. Paladins and Rangers are the half casters. Warlocks are their own thing. Eldritch Knights and Arcane Tricksters are 1/3 casters. Monks, Barbarians, are not casters at all. He healed. I just wanted to do it. I don't actually need to kill him.
Moving ahead.
To say Weenard. This makes it sound like he has shrunken testes. You don't know he doesn't. Exploration spots. I put away Helmet of Autonomy, so I'm totally throwing and not increasing my chances at succeeding this meaningfully, but I don't really care too much about it, so I'll just throw this at it.
The wall is riddled with
Short.
horror.
Failed. That's like a DC 15 or 16 or something high. Pretty easy to fail.
Can't give up now. Glad that caught my eye. another illusion? Is anything real down here?
I was supposed to go over to the harpy spot.
No time to rest.
Almost done cleaning up exploration spots. We just have the two in the Mycota colony, and then this one that we're on our way to right now. Hey, Beyblade. Hey, Sora, thank you for gifting a sub to Beyblade.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Taking care of one of our regulars. Appreciate it. Under 65, jeez. Yeah, Sora's been around for a while. Been a consistent supporter. Very much helps me keep the lights on. 165 million gift subs? Yeah, Sora's like Mr. Beast, except I don't think Sora would make homeless people fight to the death for money. I'm not positive, but I don't think he would.
She's just a girl.
I should use updated terminology, unhoused people. Mr. Beast did what? He didn't do that, but it's believable. Me, would I lie on the internet? I didn't say he did do it. I said he would do it. And thank you for gifting one to O David as well. Again, much appreciated. Let's go hunting shortbow. Amulet of the Unworthy. This is an adamantine mace fight, so we can bypass the resistance they'll get when they start raging. Let's light on this to get Callous Glow. Flesh Melter Cloak. Haste Tome.
This calls for careful footwork.
What is
Yeah, I should like elixir or whatever, huh? Colossus for damage.
Don't waste a step. I'll strike you down.
They're beasts, not monstrosities. I always forget that. Yeah, this would have been a rat bat fight. Praise be. I don't have my DR right now. Oh no, I do. I'm not wearing the other armor. Right.
Looks from you. A single strike will end his suffering. You watch.
Perhaps it'll live.
I see this here and Aussie answering, "What's that?" And I'll bear me. Yeah, that's gonna be stuck for me too.
These boots have seen everything. Looks like there's a little shrine over there.
How little is average size? First time I've succeeded that in a bit.
Prayer sheet. What's this symbol? It's unlocked. My prayers are answered.
Cucumbered again. I don't think I'll destroy the Necromancy of Thay, so let's go pick it up now so I don't forget it.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I was gonna bussy crunch to scone, right? Seems like a waste to not use the Gith sword in a situation where it'd be really cool to use it, but like ultimately, I don't want to get into slugfest with them. So we are still going with bussy crunch. I don't need to use that. That's fine. What bloodlust encounter we're going into. Alright, I'll be right back.
anything you want to say? And
Still alive. Science progress. Out of sight.
520, because that is 2 spots overlapping for 260 each. They're not perfectly overlapped. You can get one of them from outside of the room over here. And if you ever want to get Morning Frost without triggering those spots, then using Distant Spell Thorn Whip to pull the corpse. You succeed the perception check to perceive the door here, destroy it. It's going to trigger a crime response, but you wait that out. And then you Distant Spell Thorn Whip the corpse close enough. It's involved, but if you wanted to preserve this pair of spots for later while still having Morning Frost, you could do that. Speaking of Morning Frost, that could be pretty good here. Would have been nice earlier in the run. My earlier point, but no distance spell access. Falcon. What do I really not need? A silver sword. Or, hold that. What are you doing, Kevin? Why are you Kevin? What's up? What's your deal? Oh yeah, we still haven't done the big DJ fight. I remember I routed getting Barbarian so I could do that fight while raging. I guess we'll just be pretty strong for it now. That's fine. I'm a lurk so I can go watch Alien Earth Episode 7. Have fun. I've heard that show's great. At least that's what people were saying when it first came out.
Alright, time to skulk about. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Really loving it. I recommend. Good to know.
Your patron tugs briefly at the back of... Carve the blessing from
Patron
it.
tugging briefly? I mean, that's what we're going for with Mizora later.
Make it our pleasure.
Softer than a whisper. That noise. From the gift knight's true gift.
Didn't really vibe with episode 1. Maybe I'll give it another try. I generally don't hate the newest Alien films like some people do, so there's a good chance I'll like it. Visually looks really good, I have to admit. Sometimes I have to give things multiple chances. I'm very much in that camp. First impressions are big for me. So I give multiple. I know that's a statement that doesn't make a lot of sense, but I know you know what I mean.
And move.
Kevin, can you get out of there?
my queen!
Now take the opportunity to do some gear swaps.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Got the archers, so that's nice. You're on the warpath today.
Have to keep going.
Almost done with their gear swaps. I don't know why you're dashing. You totally could have just jumped to me. Not the miss. Your shield gets lit up with elemental infusion VFX. That's cool. Very low chance to land that. Flare on the worst case. Landed Hexblade's Curse, that's nice. That was fun. Hey, CT. went for a big nap like immediately after I raided, so I didn't catch any of your session. Did you finish up your run? Did finish, yep. Nice. What you working on now? Do we win? Oh. What ended up doing you in? What do I fight while I'm still on Bloodlust? I guess I do Big DJ fight now. Yeah, we're gonna use Blood Wolfhander for this. Brain of less than 50 HP, stood in a spot, made it easy for gravity to kill me. Aw. Still, as far as, like, that was your PB run, right? Like, getting that far is crazy. Like, I lost my first ever solo run to Merkel. And I know you had a bunch of attempts before you got that really solid stretch, but the point I'm trying to illustrate is that losing our run that late is still very impressive. Let's go Binary Mister. Keep forgetting. Happy with it, learned so much from that run. Hell yeah. Trying out a Warlock now. Warlock, my beloved. It's no accident that in Jack of all trades runs, you most often see people make Warlock the workhorse, and with how often I'm clicking Hex, Hexblade's Curse, using a Bound Hex weapon, I'm using Armor of Agathis for my Warlock level. Occasionally I Eldritch Blast. I could have picked up Hellish Rebuke. Like, even from level 1, Warlock is a workhorse.
What's up for discussion?
Surprisingly, one of my least played classes. There's a learning curve to it, because you got that option paralysis, right? There's a lot of things you could choose to make your Warlock do, and the nature of how the resource economy works with your Warlock packed slots. A lot of people will come to a conclusion, oh, you can't cast that many spells because you run out fast. It's like, no, you can cast more high-level spells as a Warlock than you can as any other class. It's just requires class commitment, and this is where you see a bunch of Redditors getting tripped up because they multi-class their Warlock before they get to that high level. And it requires using spells when they would be impactful and not doing things like, oh, I'm going to use all of my spell slots at level 5 on trying to stick this 50% hold person on this target that I could have killed 3 rounds ago without doing that. So, it requires good decision making.
Let's get going.
But I really like that you have a lot of control over what you can do with your invocations. Even the bad subclass, that being Archfey, still has some interesting tools. I have no reason not to risk Ring for this fight. Going with +4 initiative's a little monka, but...
Just out of view.
Very bad roll on that kick. Or I guess it wasn't, I just overestimated my damage. It was a pretty good roll, even.
May the gods take you first.
Foul assemblage. You shall never come.
We're gonna Blade Ward through the lethargic turn, and then Rage afterwards.
Darkness shall consume you.
26 AC, and they're attacking with disadvantage. They have 2 rolls that can hit me. But it's unlikely for them to hit either of those. Broodmother's Revenge isn't good, but with Hexblade's Curse turning it on for free sometimes it makes a little bit of sense here. Contrary to popular belief, poison is not a bad damage dealing element, even here in Act 2 against Undead. Like, you can literally see Balthazar use poison against these guys, if they fight. It is a myth that poison is resisted or immune to a point where it's not worth using. More Reddit brain rot. Nearly a max roll. Take 3. A max roll, I take 4. Yeah, that's manageable. Body blocked. So because I'm scaling off my dexterity, I can't ability drain the Crusader strength to the point where he can't hit me. But like, I don't need to care. With my 2 DR and my rage, the most they can hit me for is 4 damage. The archers. Whipping Gloves of Missile Snaring would probably be optimal here, but meh. The reason why some of these don't give XP, some of them don't have XP assigned. I don't know the reason beyond that. It's still worth letting the spawns happen, because this Crusader is worth a lot. I don't know which or which, in terms of which give XP, other than that, but like, let the spawns happen. A, because it's fun, and B, because this guy's worth a big chunk. If you go out of your way to get the weapons from each of them, it's also money positive. Fear scrolls are good for that. Just use of the fear spell in general. A heat metal. You know, it can be worth expending your spells to get them to drop their weapons. You can sell them. Nothing special weapon-wise, but they're not lootable directly, so. Excuse me. I was trapped in there. Hey, Candyman. Just woke up from a, Rip Van Winkle sleep. How's everyone doing? Okay. What's my play here? X-Blade's Curse and the Crusader? It's not urgent to deal with you. I don't have great spell save DC, so Stage Fright won't be super consistent. We just try to get a kill to get Bloodlust going here. Who's weak? You are? Body blocked. You. I had to cancel that, but honestly that still works out fine. Thank you. I have a cloud kill. That's what I did last time anyway, last run. I did poison res, sit in my cloud kill. I popped Universal Res, I could do full Holy Lance Helm here. But I don't have it on me. Zoom out there. Would my strategy here change if each enemy had 5 actions and 5 bonus actions? Yeah, I would get enough AC to be unhittable. Would only require 28. The Crusader here is +4, proficient with a weapon, bonus +3. That's +7, Tactician, +2. So I would need 29. I would need 30 for the Crusader, but I could ability drain it down. Landing a first hit while strength scaling would mean I only need 29. So 28 with haste would give me enough turns to ability drain it down. And then the only damage they could do to me would be overwhelming grief from this guy, and with necrotic resist and 2 DR, the most damage that could hit me for is 4. Yeah, it just makes the game take a while. That's why the impossible challenge is quite mid as far as engaging your brain power. It's just impossible to stay awake. Because it makes bad strats punished faster, and it makes good strats just take longer. Good crit. Thing about Lathander's Light here is they're immune to being blinded, so even if they fail the saving throw, nothing actually happens to them. But because Blood of Lathander is a source of daylight, they have disadvantage on attack rolls while they're near it. So that's the real reason I'm using it. Also because it's a +3 weapon, so it's accurate and does good damage. Always makes me laugh watching you stand in a field of enemies like this and nothing happening. It's the effect of going in with a plan. Areas like this, like the House of Grief, like the House of Hope, incoming damage only exists if you want it to. And I'd like to note that not using the damage reduction item I could have here I'm not using Force Conduit. I'm not using the Helldusk armor that people seem to think is responsible for any victories where it is available. I've had it this whole game. I haven't used it because it hasn't been the answer in any situation. Pat. Working on you. Burn is sometimes so annoying to deal with too. Yeah. Also, it would be completely incompatible with my current strap because, remember, for barbarian features, the Helldusk armor is counted as heavy armor. So, I wouldn't be getting my DR from Rage. Or my, resistance. It's not reduction, it's resistance. So it'd be worse than the Dark Justiciar half-plate that I'm using right now. There's another aspect of Helldusk that's been shown before, its high sell value. Yeah, we haven't shown off Sell Dusk strats in a while, but getting Helldusk armor to donate it to an NPC to max out their attitude, or at least get it to 60, so that you can perilous stakes them, and then kill them and get the armor back. That used to be our Zarel strat. But yeah, you can use Helldusk like a credit card, because it'll be expensive enough to effectively always drop. Kind of run that item is good on. It's one where you don't normally have gear proficiencies to wear anything with damage reduction in that slot. That's where it becomes good. But then, elephant in the room there is Act 3, Bone Spike Garb, 2 DR, clothing, the damage retaliation effect built in. Okay, boys. Stage fright in this fight so much fun. Yeah, I can see the value. For the real vendor cheese, sells Warlock packed weapon. I said the real vendor cheese, vendors dropping backpacks. Perfection. Helldusk credit card. The vendor backpack thing was fixed in patch 8. But it was very popular for a long time. Yeah, the packed weapon thing still exists. Remember, you can get infinite money as soon as you have access to the Emerald Grove, because there's nothing really stopping you from getting access to the Tiefling Kid's hideout and knocking out Mole, taking her money, leaving the room, long resting, go back in, do it again, leave the room. You just keep doing that. The variant of the backpack thing you can still do anyway. Yeah, it's something with corpses, right? Or just steal. Or region travel and sell backpacks from Halcyon and Minthara. Or respec into and out of Bladesinger or Bard because they generate items. A lot of ways to get infinite money. Going okay, little good boys. Hope you're well. Corpse with container on corpse, move to items and bag in corpse, move from inventory of corpse to yours out of dialogue, magic of items. Makes sense. There's a wild shape one too that I think still works. Like, there's a lot of ways to just brutalize the economy in this game. To the point where I don't consider it necessary to use exploits because of how many, like, legitimate ways you have. Sleight of hand and lunch money being the easiest ones. Have you heard pickpocket is cheese? Seedsy, I swear, like, there are no strategies and mechanics that a person who is trying to just delegitimize your run, there are no mechanics and strategies that will not be called cheese. Morgana Evelyn has also talked about this at length, and this is something we very much agree on. Any challenge run is always going to have someone saying that your shit isn't legit. No matter what it is. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be someone who's like, I can't do this, so I need to tear them down to my level. So therefore, basic game mechanics become cheats. While I was doing a practice run for the no-hit run that I later completed, there was a chatter who came in, first-time chatter, and it takes a lot to get me to ban you from my channel. It takes a lot. You gotta really work at pissing me off. There's a first-time chatter who came in complaining that me throwing Orin was cheese. It's like, you literally see me planning out a backup strat and calculating my odds to see if the throw is feasible. And then on the live run, I fucked up. I had to pee, so I wasn't thinking, so I just jumped into the Orin arena without being invisible, so I had to flee the combat and come back with a different strat, and because she had Unstoppable at that point, I had to figure out how to make the throw possible. And that required, I had to, from out of combat, throw purple worm toxins to make a surface, and then I used Minor Illusion to get Orin to walk through it until she no longer had Unstoppable. Then I threw her. It was quite the recovery. I'm very proud of myself for that one still. My last turn of rage. Use my bonus action to end rage. Just Blade War. Big ladies are not that hot. You see, I know you're trying to hit the ban threshold, David, but unfortunately for you, you fit the community too much. So, some wild first-time chatters come rolling in at times. Yeah. You could do another no-hit run with different class at some point. Maybe, eventually. I'm not gonna say no. It's not something that I find immediately interesting. But before patch 8 dropped, I had been thinking about how fun it might be to do Shadow Sorcerer no-hit. Unfortunately, the level 11 feature is a level 11 feature, not a level 6 one. So that kind of limited my interest. But Sorcerer lends itself to no-hit really well. It's just the most impactful tools for no-hit are having access to a combination of bonus action Hide, Minor Illusion, the Darkness spell. And only so many classes have that. That is, you can have that on Arcane Trickster, you can have that on Shadow Monk, you can have that on Gloomstalker if you play a High Elf. Outside of those, you gotta get creative. Now, you can definitely do it without bonus action Hide and those other things. But, a few strats change, and you become more consumable dependent. First National Bank of Volo gets more of a workout in that kind of run. Can do buffering Blade Wars through the turns. Had interest in no-hit. It's kind of like level 1 jack of all trades for me, as I don't really find myself enjoying the gameplay. I totally get that. It's the kind of thing where you'd have to combine it with other stuff, or you'd have to be like really into proving a point. And I've made a bunch of prove a point content, various games over the years. But if it's not fun in the gameplay loop, that's like, eh. Like, to get myself to do a new Jack of all trades run, this one, I had to get real thematic. Last run ended up being a low wisdom prove a point run, and I still had extreme difficulty getting things to fail. Or rather, getting things to succeed saving throw. Like, I was running around with low single-digit wisdom, with wisdom as my spellcasting stat, and it's just like, things were still just failing saving throws because at a certain point, it's no longer a problem. Not gonna lie, liver these themed challenge runs you do. Thank you. I have definitely been doing more thematic runs than like challenged, like super challenging challenge runs. Obviously, any honor mode run is a challenge run. Solo honor mode is a challenge run. Solo as a whole, even outside of honor mode, is a challenge run. And then working within any sort of specific parameters is a challenge run. But I haven't been doing anything like super punishing, like no hit or level 1 in a while. Because I like these thematic ones. I want a Blade Ward for this turn, but there's only 4 enemies, so it's fine. Kinda want to do a run where I'm uninspired and can't use inspo for anything. That's a restriction I've seen used. I've thought about doing that, but like, situations where I'd find that so frustrating. But maybe. How do you fight things without extra attack? The world may never know.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Ah, though it's not all natural, is it? A touch of the divine. Most curious for a true soul.
Let's check entertainer inspos, make sure I'm not missing anything. Pretty garbage background, but completing Allison's quest is one. Town Square is one. Oh. Using the wall hole. It's just like college. Here, the Orthon's contract. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Remember the source of the Shadow Curse? How do I even do that?
But you're here now, and I may be able, while you, and infinitely, I will remain here until you do not.
You can drink a potion of speed, have an extra action, anything other than maybe a Mind Sanctuary you can do to get your bonus action back. That doesn't work in Honor Mode. Mind Sanctuary is haste in Honor Mode. There's 2 hats that can give you an extra bonus action. You could be a thief. You could be an open hand monk. Seven. Alright, we can yerk. Go here. Here. There. There. Put Titan String away, I gotta grab that. Where did I send that? There it is. That direction. I concentrate on enlarge here, which means I need to get spell slots back. Good traffic, man. I'm losing my first soul on our runs, being paralyzed, or Batasha's laugh, etc. It's the best way to prepare against that, thanks. The best way to deal with paralysis effects is to have immunity. So, hold person's a paralysis effect, mean lock and ghoul claws, paralysis effect. Best way to deal with that, immunity. So, in the early game, your options are most likely going to be this elixir here, Elixir of Guileful Movement, It enters vendor pools, and the materials enter vendor pools at level 6, but in the Grimforge, there are 4 oozes. One of them is already dead, but there are 3 living ones that they drop the crafting materials to make elixirs of guileful movement. And while this is active, you are immune to paralysis and restraint effects, so that includes hold person. For Hideous Laughter, there's no immunity to that. You're going to want to either have good saving throws or have the ability to use something like Counterspell or kill the casters before it happens. I don't see it happen too frequently. The only person I can think of that uses it on you in Act 1 is Filro, and because of that, I prioritize blowing up Filro before he can cast a spell. Party must read the letter in the locked chest at the foot of Ketheric Thorm's bed and investigate the plaque in front of Isabel's sarcophagus. Shadowcurse source info. Oh, pop in here. Tasha's doesn't prone immunity work, so just boots of striding. I don't think so, because it's not normal prone. Like, it's called the same thing, kind of, but,
Here lies
but it's slightly different. Just like how knocked down doesn't fulfill the conditions for prone. So I don't think prone immunity works on Tasha's, but I could be mistaken there.
Let's see.
Susun Elg Oloth.
Which one is Isabel's?
Here lies Isabel Thorm.
That is that one.
Susun Elg Oloth. Here lies Isabel Thorm.
No inspo. Okay. Thanks anyway, Trade. Rivulet didn't apply knockdown when I had striding on. Yeah, because Boots of Striding protects you from being knocked down or moved in any way. But Tasha's might not count as that. I should really be, using Executioner for this, but... Gonna.
In it. Shouldn't have wished to live in interesting times. Better be cautious. There's something out.
Light potions. Big ass.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Better to open with Blight. Goodbye. We're gonna get dark vision. Is that okay? Probably okay. Not being dead is annoying me. Where can I move? Far enough. Give me you dead. Up to 18 damage. What do I do if this low rolls? Don't like it. You have non-magical bludgeoning resistance. Should have popped Hexblade's Curse on you. Could punch a bomb. Guys that shoot you, they're capable of that. Every time I do this fight, there's one Merrigan that prioritizes breaking one of the torches. What's that about? Does the AI know to give us disadvantage? No, it's just, it obstructs his starting location if you're over here. So he's like, that's in my way. So he attacks it. But I didn't stand on that side, so he didn't do it. Accidental good positioning on your part. The levels that have been putting the most work in this run. Cleric level, the monk level, the warlock level. Those three have been consistently valuable. Not that the others haven't been contributing, but so I don't want anything to have line of sight on me at the end of my turn, not at all. Good habit. Gonna check to see that I have magic missile scrolls. That's an example where Call the Weak is good. Rude. Slightly better movement on the Displacer's part than I expected. That's okay. Question on some multi-class mechanic clarification. Does the spellcasting stat of the most recent class retroactively apply to spells you already had from past class? No. So if a spell shows up in a spellbook for a specific class in this tab, it uses that class's stat. So this Eldritch Blast, always Charisma. Multi-class doesn't change it. This Inflict Wounds, always Wisdom. Anything I've scribed in Wizard, always Intelligence. The things that do change classes are any of the sort of recast things. So, like, if I call Lightning from my Druid spellbook, for example, the recast Call Lightning is going to be whatever my current spellcasting modifier is, which isn't necessarily Wisdom. Same with Stars Druids, Starry forms with Dragon and Archer form. That'll use current spellcasting. But if it's located in the spellbook here, it uses that casting stat. There's oddballs like Shillelagh gets a little bit funky. But how do you get the non-Wisdom Shillelagh? I forget the order you have to multi-class. I believe Rolls Royce is currently doing a Wizard where Intelligence first and then Wisdom, and it's still using the higher stat, but I don't remember the specifics on that, because I usually bypass the Shillelagh scaling anyway with Monk. Hey, Cryptic, thanks for the 5 months. Hope you're well. Use of terrain is another thing to your advantage here. Enemies in this game do not really handle altitude very well. As you can see, this Displacer Beast was like, oh, I can get to his coordinates if I just jump. Not recognizing the y-axis. So they're trying to group up on me. But they're on the wrong floor. You can use that to your advantage very easily. Your spellcasting modifier is the most recently obtained class. It's not... That's kind of an oversimplification. It's the most recently level 1 class that you took, with the exception of Fighter and Rogue, unless you took their spellcasting subclass. So, that wordier explanation is to cover for the fact that Fighter and Rogue will not change your spellcasting stat if you multiclass into them, until you take their casting subclass. So that would be Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster. Our verticality was Z-axis, yeah. The Z-axis. Brain poop. Apologies. X, Y, Z. what I see in the script, Hideous Laughter is its own status effect. It's a subcategory of the prone status. So I would think the boots work to stop it, but I'm off to test it now. Thank you for testing. How am I feeling today? Eat food, water, good sleep. I got water. I just ate a breakfast sandwich that I bought before stream, but that didn't feel well enough to eat until 3.5 hours into stream. I got sleep. I took a long nap after stream yesterday, and then I slept mostly well through the night, but I'm still not feeling good. Better than yesterday, but still not fantastic. Thanks for asking, though.
There goes nothing. Malady, take this.
Take care of this now. What I say, as my name suggests, take more naps.
Can't slow down. Breathe quiet. Move with care. One day I'll catch a break. Seems like the best way. You've made a grave mistake.
Concentration. Hey, that iPhones don't have AM, PM, the snaps can be very confused.
What brought an Orthon to a place like this? We'll never find out now.
That is a hand crossbow upgrade. Switch to Peerless Focus here.
Open up.
Swapping out Enhanced Sleep for Create Water, so I can, I think I'm going to do Electrified Water in the rats. Just because I think it'd be fun.
So much. What the hells has been happening here? I'll take that.
What scrolls did you have? Wall of Ice. It has a killer. Good, I played around that. That could have been painful. Love Wall of Ice. It's one of those spells I used to consider completely trash, auto-sell. But now it's like, I really like it because it's mechanically interesting. It's got a couple detrimental bugs, but you can still do cool shit with it. So recently my mods have been taking forever to load. Is there a fix for that? No idea. It's not a problem I've had or been aware of.
All right. What now?
What's that? Or hex bind that.
Can't risk being in open view. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
These rats can't keep it up forever. Just have to outlast them.
Got to have the area illuminated for Callous Glow, but that's fine.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Didn't realize there was another wave. It's okay. I could have ended this a while ago. I'm just kind of fucking around. Hope we don't get Disco Earthen Door. I mean, it's useless hope. He's bugged 100% of the time in patch 8. Yeah, I Irish patty. That's pretty hard. Messed it up. One damage. If you provoke an opportunity attack from him, and you're solo, you can soft lock your save. So don't do that. Okay, now while we're still on the Peerless Focus, let's go finish up this one. I suppose that makes a little more sense.
Something's on my mind.
I was right for my reading of the script. Proto-mute extends Eddie's laughter. Good info, though. Very good to know.
What stayed behind? Only the missing half. There is a ruin some way out. If you want me, I'm yours. Against the... I'll be...
I will... Go on, find... I'm not going back. You...
Lady Cloth does not protect you from pro.
I don't need any attention right now.
The It's worded the same way as Ketheric's armor, and Ketheric can be knocked prone.
Time to press ahead.
Unless it specifies can't be knocked prone and can be moved against your will. You don't get both. That's 2 effects. Boots of Striding has 2 effects. Well, 3 if you count the momentum, but... I believe that's the same one the Boulette has while it has diamond scales. Move this direction. Very uninterested. Fine.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Minor illusion breaks sensibilities like one with shadows and such. I mean, it doesn't break invis, so it wouldn't break those. Invisibilities. Autocorrect. Yeah, no, it doesn't break those. Minor illusion does not break invis. Pass without trace. Shooting a darkness arrow. Casting a darkness spell. Specifically for one with shadows, jumping also doesn't. I don't remember if hide in plain sight has the jumping clause.
Cutting to the chase. Another step forward.
Oh yeah, I was gonna do globe disintegrate stuff. Maybe we'll do it once it's weak. You weren't supposed to move at all for hide in plain sight. Same with one with shadows, but you can jump. You can also use flight with one with shadows. By moving, it means walking. So goofy? Extremely. Isn't it great? I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. By the time I'm done dealing with this, there will be enough Shadow Friends to deal with the Night Dome. Hey Candace, how are you? I hope you're well. I'm breathing. I wonder if you could freeze the Night Dome. Spirit Guardians with a rock right now. Yeah. This is another good electrified water fight. These guys have 1 HP. I just didn't want to do the battlefield prep. Also been a minute since I've actually used Blood of Lathander this extensively. I see a lot of Blood of Lathander downplay for some reason. And, it's a very useful item.
Why couldn't you? I'm not leaving. Even when it was scary, but would he even want me back? So would I? Bye.
Now, if I really wanted Halsin's XP, I could go knock him out right now. 150 XP, and everything would still work fine. Maybe I bother, maybe I don't.
A couple turns should do it.
Find boss's sword just because I think it's cool. Just looking at the entertainer background, it's looking rough. It's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's pretty bad.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
Another one of those, I suppose. How much would this cost me? 6.
Take care.
Honestly, I'm more inclined to just steal it.
As long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
Better than nothing.
When do you encounter acrobatics checks? Beats me. Getting performance is nice, but there are a bunch of classes that kind of get that pretty easily. Or have the ability to get it pretty easily. I do have TK gloves.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Ain't no hesitation.
Count your lucky stars.
Just had a few. Here goes nothing. That's a friendly shadow. Maybe I should. No, this is good. Can't risk being in open view. Seems like the best way. Don't want to draw any attention. And away I go. Out of sight, out of mind. Should get started.
Harmonic Dueler? Yeah, that's the idea. My performance being good.
Better be cautious.
Did you know there's a killer here? Oh, murderer? That's crazy. Where?
All right, time to skulk about.
witnessed assaulting someone.
Oh, it wasn't.
You're headed for the cells.
Nobody can take a joke anymore. Ever heard of dark humor?
They believe.
First step is the hardest. These things are so interesting. This calls for careful footwork. Breathe deep and move. Don't waste a step. Never mind.
What's that?
Let's see what this does.
I wonder what that did.
Ickhouse. Feel better today than yesterday? Better. Not great, but better. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Trying to think what fights of significance I've not done yet. A lot of Harper tossing. Guess there's still Roa and the Zents. Myconids if I care to do that. Gek. Lurgan. Not too much. Like, I should push through and finish Act 2, but I'm starting to get very, very tired. I said I have no energy right now. Did I lurk door? Yeah. Rowan the Zents is her cover band she sings with on the weekends. What genre of music?
The corpse regards you, lifeless.
Outside
Randomly remember that I forgot to do that. It's a good shield. Shield I should have been using. Pop punk.
This is what... That might be worth a look.
Don't talk over yourself, Jack. It's that hairdo. I can see the vision. I was thinking more like hardcore, but I can see it. Bringing Gale to Balthazar's room. Make the Shadow Lantern. I could use. I could do Shillelagh Shadow Lantern stuff. Kind of funny if nothing else.
Don't mind if I do.
Doing a Lord of the Rings run. Nice. Blazing Retaliation looks very good. It is very good. The only limiting factor is uptime. This one's for short rest. But it being short rest, not long rest, means I really have no excuse to not be using it more. On this run, bit of a tough ask, because my shield slot is so frequently the Sentinel shield. But I want to.
Whatever Voss might have known about its we're...
This night song sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality. Maybe I can use it against him.
The necromancer was experiment.
A ritual circle. Though, Mistress Eyes may...
Still breathing, despite everything.
Still, I'm sensing no signs of any divine... May not be the most savory kind of... Go ahead. I quite... Oh.
Because I did toss Elminster, Gale's leaving the party at the end of the act. Gotta keep in mind.
Need to find a way forward.
Here, my lantern. Guess most of the time shield slot taken by Ironbound Retaliation builds. Maybe that's why I've never seen it before. Yeah, if you're doing a retaliation setup where you're using main end weapons that aren't shillelaghable, or you just don't have access to that spell, then Blazing Retaliation comes in. Then there's the uptime thing. Ironbind doesn't have a rest cooldown. But as all things, it's situational. It's very good, though. I do have to use it more.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I'm gonna buy Render a Minded Body, because I will continue to forget about it if I don't take care of that now. Big Boy's Chew Toy would be a good choice, too. That's an enlarge. I could keep going even while raging. It's doubtful I use it, but I might. This was probably also a Kill the Night Song run, huh? That's a bunch more XP on the table. I can't think of a reason not to get Sphere of Evening in this run.
slaughter where.
Unfortunate thing about the lanterns is you can't coat them, which I suppose makes sense. Still unfortunate. Veteran players always find new and exciting ways to make I-9 verification a headache, because the entire system is built up to make you so tired that you go along with anything. Especially when it's against your own interests. I should stock up on Fire Shield scrolls. Playing into a retaliation angle, especially for some of Act 3, makes a lot of sense. So I'll make an investment. But also like invis pots. Freezing Sphere precast shenanigans is also something I feel like I could have fun with. I think Soblack confirmed that Freezing Sphere, like, the delayed ones just don't hurt you, period. I gotta make sure that wasn't a false memory of mine, though. Cucumbered. Carrying too many weapons. But like, chat, you know me. I love my situational weapon swaps. You expect me to have fewer than 12 different weapons on me? What do you mean? Also, I'm pointing out something kind of funny about God Gale. The fact that Gale succeeds implies Karsus' methodology was sound. Dude just kind of fumbled it and Gale's just built different. I mean, narratively, Gale is stated to be built different the entire time. Like, he is a prodigy beyond prodigies. Like, given the time, he could absolutely be Elminster level in his own regard. And, hell, in his God Gale ending, he goes farther than even Elminster ever did. Though I'm sure if Elminster wanted to be a god, he could. He could make that happen, too. But yeah, it's logical interpretation of the character. Gale is him. And a lot of the BG3 companions are top of their fields. Like, Will is an absurdly good warlock to the point where he's afforded latitude that, like, he has power even though his soul has been signed away. In any ending where you keep him in the pack, he will explain that there are things that Mizora is not willing to order him to do because she knows that he'll say no, and she'll be forced to just send him to the Blood War, which means she doesn't have him as an asset anymore. So he is so useful, he has gained that sort of leverage. Again, he doesn't own his soul, yet he still has leverage there. So that implies that all of the shit Will talks about how good he is at hunting monsters and how he would absolutely crush Karlach in a fight if it had came to it. He's not kidding. Like, he is that good. Literal devils are like, nah, this guy's legit.
Ever at your service.
I broken his Elminster. Gale seemed like on top of the world before his mistake. Elminster's plain as human's been around for longer than most elves live, so that should tell you. Yeah, Elminster is like as powerful as you can get in the setting without being a god. And like he could just, if he had an interest, he could probably just figure out a way to do it. Like let's put it this way. In a 1v1 between Vlaakith and Elminster, I got my money on Elminster.
Never wanted the easy path. Moving in.
There's also Simulacrum. I mean, the Elminster you meet in the game is... And that should also tell you a fraction of his power that he sent off to run an errand for him is still in contention for most powerful creature in the game.
Just out of view. Should mind my step. Must be on my way.
Let either of them crush me? Hell yeah, tie loops. Plus the fact Will has some level of recognition as a Blade of Frontiers means that dude's made enough of an impression to stand out amongst the myriad of other adventures of the Sword Coast. Yeah. Also, like, some of the companions have multiple nerfs stacked on them to make their level of power for the plot make sense. Like, Gale lost most of his magical ability from the orb, and then he got the tadpole nerf too. Will and Karlach both get the tadpole nerf, and they get a Mind Flayer brain scramble right before you get control of them. They're the only two companions that mentioned that a Mind Flayer was doing something to them right before. Shadowheart and Dirge don't have their memories. Dirge has, like, massive brain damage on top of that. And was also tadpoled twice. Not once. Mind Flayer brain scramble, what does that do? Brain damage. just brain damage. And yeah, contrast, like... And then Astarion's another example of a nerf. Bro's been starving for 200 years, and got the tadpole nerf. And we directly see he just doesn't have, like, any of the abilities any other vampire we run into, including other vampire spawn. He just doesn't have those abilities. He's simply weaker. And then contrast, like, Lae'zel, who just got the tadpole, but, like, that's it. She's just kind of regular, unproven Githyanki. And that's it.
I know you're keen, Ellen. Come. Until then, keep watch. Keep wary. Keep your senses sharp.
Not because Cazador doesn't control him? No, because you can get in fights with the other spawn after Cazador has been killed, and game mechanic-wise, they still have all of the same abilities. Now, that could be gameplay and story segregation, but they still have all the same abilities. Many that Astarion doesn't have. And you could imply that maybe they've been eating better, because a couple of them were drinking things they weren't supposed to. Cazador specifically forbade all 7 of them from drinking from anything that can think, like, at a high level. And a couple of them were breaking that rule. So maybe without a couple of centuries of being blood-starved, they retained a level of power he didn't. Much as I'd hoped to get through, rest of Act 2 today, I am fading fast. It's been a little under 5 hours. You know, my feeling ill streams tend to be around 4 to 5 hours. So that's gonna be it for today. We'll try to finish Act 2 next session. Less than 5,000 XP to go to level 11. We don't really have any major fights left. Major fights. So that should be pretty quick. Who's live? Where can we go? Mikulash's on Dark Souls. Manly Tear's also on Dark Souls. Andy's on. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I will try to make up for the shorter streams with like a longer stream. I've been thinking about doing some kind of marathon. But obviously I need to have decent energy levels for that. And I need a good plan. But we'll see. But thank you, everybody. What day of the week's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday? Yeah, more of this tomorrow. Danny's back, so... Co-op day Friday. I was thinking of maybe reintroducing Variety Saturdays. But we'll see. I kind of like keeping it unstructured so I can stream what I want on any particular day. We'll figure it out. Say hi to Andy. Bye.